It's a Code Red Sunday afternoon here at Moon Field. Lynchburg playing host to Virginia Wesleyan, the 6th-ranked team in the country. Lynchburg earlier in the week hosted the number 1 ranked team in the country, Salisbury, fell in both of those games, but just another one of those tough contests that we see. We'll take a look at the starting lineups for both sides. First for Virginia Wesleyan, number 31, Sarah Prosser leading off, playing out in center field. Allison Pollock out there playing third base, batting second. Autumn Booth, the designated player this afternoon for the Marlins. Caitlin Myers behind the plate. Julia Pietrowski playing right field and batting fifth. Madison Hudson playing short, number 16. She'll bat sixth. Haley Sadler, the first baseman, batting seventh. Then Brooke Anderson out in left, number 25, batting eighth. And rounding out that batting order for the Marlins, Lacey Campbell playing second. And on the mound, Emily Seal. And then on the other side for the Hornets, it's a lineup we've seen quite often. Addison Walter leading off, playing short. Kaylee Hackett out in center after her great series against Salisbury. Sarah Watts playing second. Gracie Dooley batting fourth, playing left.
The time is 12:59.
Sophie Tully, a first baseman, batting fifth. Carly Cundiff, another good weekend for her.
Number 31, Sarah Prosser.
Batting sixth, playing third base. Alex DiNardo getting her first start of the year, designated player, number 18. Olivia Herman behind the plate, and rounding out that batting order, Lexi Powell. And once again in the circle for the Hornets, it's Angela Sparandeo. First pitch right at 1 o'clock. That one grounded over towards Watts. A diving play, can't make it, however. It's going to get out to center field for a leadoff single for the number 6 team in the country.
Now batting, third base, number 23, Allison Pollock.
Allison Pollock stepping up to the plate. Batting second here this afternoon for the Marlins. Marlins ODAC champions last year. Lynchburg was the regular season champion. Held that first seed in the conference tournament, but wasn't able to complete that long run of softball in the tournament. One-0 pitch from Sparandeo. Hit hard over towards Cundiff. She'll throw it on to second to Watts. Play at first. Gets away from Tully. And it's going to be a dead ball. That's going to allow Pollock to advance to second. Umpires here are going to have a brief discussion about maybe what happened there. Head coach Don Simmons stepped out and just asked maybe what happened. You have to imagine that ball went out of play. Can't exactly see it from our angle. Might have snuck into that away dugout, which in turn would allow Pollock to advance to second base on that dead ball. Either way, it's going to be Pollock standing out there at second base. Sparandeo already a little bit of pressure. First pitch strike there from Sparandeo to Autumn Booth, the designated player for the Marlins.
The designated player, number 30, Autumn Booth.
That one hit high in the air. Back towards the netting, coming over is Tully. Makes the catch and foul ground for the second out of the inning. That'll bring up the catcher, Caitlin Myers. Myers on the season, batting .255. It's a lineup for Virginia Wesleyan that sees a lot of work. Not much change in the lineup for the Marlins throughout the season, at least to this point. 1-0 grounded towards Walter. That one's going to get through. Dooley picks it up. They're going to wave the runner home. The throw is in time, but not able to handle that throw is Herman. And the Marlins are going to score here in the top of the first inning to give themselves a 1-0 lead with 2 outs. Myers just pulled that ball in between Cundiff and Walter over there, the left side of the infield. It would have been a tough play for either of them. Maybe a little bit of hesitation of who was going to get to that ball.
Right fielder number 19, Julia Piotrowski.
But that'll bring up Julia Piotrowski, runner in scoring position. An opportunity to extend their lead here in the first. Lynchburg hasn't given up a lot of runs in the first inning, but when Salisbury came to town, runs came early and often for the away team. That one hit back into the netting, foul. Lynchburg comes into this game 10-6, the opening conference game for either of these teams. A very similar schedule. As that one is a called strike 3 for Sparandeo. Only one comes across here in the top of the first inning. Lynchburg comes to the plate in the bottom of the first when we come back on LHSN.
1 error and 1 runner left on base. Leading off for Lynchburg, the shortstop, number 3, Addison Walter.
Welcome back to Lynchburg, Virginia. The Marlins plated 1 in the top of the first inning to give themselves a 1-0 lead as we head to the bottom half. Addison Walter, the junior, leads off for the Hornets. On the mound for the Marlins, it's Emily Seal, 1.2 ERA. Good enough for top 5 in the conference. Just another pitching staff that Lynchburg has to face, with an ERA that is lower than what you would normally see, 1.9 being the team ERA. Virginia Wesleyan, a pitching staff that's not entirely too deep, only used 3 pitchers thus far this season. Emily Seal getting the most work out of that, 58 and a third inning. Has a 7-2 record. She's appeared in 12 different games, started 10 of those 12. 2-1 is the count here to Walter. Swings and misses at a good pitch there from Seal, and suddenly it's 2-2. Grounded over towards short. Turning and throwing on to first in time to retire Walter was Hudson there. Little shortstop to shortstop action there.
Now batting, center fielder number 19, Kaylee Hackett.
Kaylee Hackett steps to the plate for the Hornets. Had a good outing last time against Salisbury, had a few hits. Was one of the lone bright spots for the Hornets in that series, as that one from Seal misses low. But anytime you're hosting the #1 team in the country, you can't expect to light it up too much. Beautiful day here in Lynchburg, Virginia. Hackett fouls that one back into the netting. So it's a very warm 69-degree day. Sun beating down on Moon Field here. Hackett takes that 2-0 pitch, makes the count 3-0. Seal taking a little longer, getting that signed from her home dugout. That one lined over the head of the third baseman. That one's through for a base hit. Hackett a one-out single here in the bottom of the first inning, and the Hornets getting in the hit column early.
The second baseman, number 7, Sarah Watts.
And the National Player of the Week after last week, Sarah Watts, stepping up to the plate for the Hornets, playing second base. Takes that pitch off the outside corner. Watts batting an even .400 on the year. Has started in every game this season for the Hornets. 3 home runs, 13 RBIs. That one grounded foul. Lynchburg in a tough spot of their schedule. Obviously, earlier in the week, hosted Salisbury. Now, hosting the #6 team in the country. They'll get Marymount next week as well. Part of a 8-game homestand. Guilford will round out that stretch on April 1st here at Moon Field. Lynchburg playing host to a lot of good teams. Randolph-Macon coming to town in April. CNU coming to town as well. Watts fouls that one back. Hackett stands on first. Seal gets the sign once more, throws home. That one misses low and away. Good battle here from Watts. 2-2 is the count. Pitch from Seal, grounded down the left field line. It went over the bag. It's fair. But the home plate umpire thinks otherwise, says it went foul. Head coach Don Simmons, hand on her head. Can't believe that call. It was one that if Hackett was coming around second hard, she was waved home. But either way, step back in the box. Here's a 2-2 pitch once more. That one grounded softly over to the third baseman, Pollock. She'll throw it on to first to retire Watts. But Hackett advances into scoring position here with the lefty power bat of Gracie Dooley stepping up to the plate.
Left fielder, number 8, Gracie Dooley.
Last series against Salisbury, Dooley went 3 for 6, had that lone run. First hit of game 1 was a home run over that right field wall. Wind slightly blowing in from center. First pitch from Seal is fouled into the netting, 0-1. Hackett has the pace out there at second base if this ball's put in play. Big gap there right down the center of the field for Dooley. 0-1 from Seal, misses high, count evens at 1. 1-1 pitch from Dooley, grounded right back to the shortstop. She can't handle it. Hackett rounds third. She'll head home. The throw is in time. And Caitlin Myers applied the tag and retired Kaylee Hackett at the home plate. Great heads-up play there from the shortstop, Hudson, and the Lynchburg cannot strike in the bottom of the first. It's a 1-0 lead for the Marlins. We'll see the second inning when we return on LHSN. Welcome back to Lynchburg, Virginia. At the plate here for the Marlins, Madison Hudson playing short, just made that good throw home to retire Hackett at that home plate. Sparandeo ahead in this count 0-2. That one hit high in the air out towards Powell in foul territory. Makes that catch for the first out here in the second inning. Apologize, that one called a foul ball.
0-2, no outs.
Count stays 0-2. Powell looked like she made the catch on the transfer, dropped the ball. They're going to say that it wasn't on the transfer, it was when it came out of her glove. Second play here in this last about 10 minutes has gotten head coach Don Simmons to have a conversation with these umpires. 0-2 is the count. Don't want to give Virginia Wesleyan an opportunity, especially when it looked like they were already retired. But Madison Hudson at the plate gets a second life here. Doesn't swing at that one. Head coach Don Simmons going to step out, have a conversation with every Lynchburg player here. Have to imagine the conversation is just to play your own game. Don't get frustrated if the call's not going to go your way. Talk about it all the time. These doubleheaders are not a sprint, they're a marathon, and if things aren't going your way in the first 2 innings of game 1, no point in being down. 1-2 is the count. This one hit high in the air against the netting. Count stays 1-2. Hudson on the year, batting .250, started in all 18 games for the Marlins. Swings and misses on a pitch off the outside corner. A great off-speed pitch from Sparandeo. And that is the home pitcher's second strikeout of the afternoon.
Now batting, first base, number 8, Haley Sadler.
Haley Sadler stepping up to the plate for Virginia Wesleyan. First pitch strike. Sparandeo on the year, a 2.51 ERA. He's pitched in 22 and a thirds inning. He's been a part of a pitching staff for Lynchburg that has looked pretty dominant at times, but obviously a lot deeper than the visiting Marlins. That one chopped towards Cundiff at third. She'll throw it on to Tully at first for the second out here in the top of the second inning.
Now batting, left field, number 25, Brooke Anderson.
Brooke Anderson stepping to the plate for the Marlins. It's a big crowd this afternoon for these Code Red games. A lot of other teams out here showing support for the softball program. That pitch from Sparandeo on the outside corner. One and one is the count. Off-speed pitch from Sparandeo just misses off the outside edge. Might have missed a little bit high as well. Looking to go 1-2-3 in this inning. Here's the 2-1. That one grounded right back at Sparandeo. Nearly misses her. And that one's through to center field for the third base hit of the afternoon for the Marlins.
Now batting, second base, number 29, Lacey Campbell.
Lacey Campbell stepping to the plate here for the Marlins. Campbell batting .350 on the year. Another one of those players that started every game for the visitors. Haley Sadler dancing off the bag at first. This is a Virginia Wesleyan team that likes to test the arm of the catcher and trying to take second base. First in the conference in stolen bases, 14th in the country. This one hit high in the air out towards Hackett. She'll range back short of the track and make the catch for the third out here in the top of the second. So one hit, no runs for the Marlins. Sparandeo looking dominant in the circle. Once again, we'll head to the bottom of the second. Lynchburg looking to cut into this 1-0 deficit on LHSN.
First base, number 25, Sophie Tully.
It's a 1-0 lead here for the visiting Virginia Wesleyan Marlins. Sophie Tully stepping to the plate for the Hornets. Senior who has appeared in all but 2 games for the Hornets. Missed that first series of the year. Since then has been a mainstay at first base and has been for quite some time for Lynchburg. Swings and misses at that one, 1-1. 1-1 pitch. Seeley still on the mound. That one grounded right back up the middle and through for a base hit. Sophie Tully, a leadoff single, maybe giving the Hornets some life. And series where they struggled to get some hits against Salisbury. They look very good here in the early going.
Third base, number 4, Carly Condit.
There will be a pinch runner here. It's going to be Skylar Sams for Sophie Tully.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Now pinch running at first base, number 28, Skylar Sams.
Sam, someone we've seen in this position quite a few times pinch running. Has the speed. She's in that position for a reason. Cundiff shows bunt. Sam's danced off the first base bag, but the count's 0-1. It would be important for Lynchburg to cut into this deficit early. Virginia Wesleyan, a team who puts up quite a few runs, just over 5 per game. Cundiff lays down a bunt. That one right back to the pitcher. It's going to advance Sams to second. Cundiff doing her job there, laying down that bunt. Just the first out in this bottom half of the second.
Now batting, designated player number 18, Alex DiNardo.
Alex DiNardo stepping to the plate here for the Hornets, the freshman, making her 3rd start of the season. First one on her home field. Takes a first pitch strike. One pitch from Seal. Just catches an inside corner of the plate. 2 good pitches there from Seal in the circle. DiNardo quickly behind 0-2 with a runner in scoring position. The 0-2 pitch. Hit hard out towards short. Hudson picks it up, throws it onto first in time to retire DiNardo. Good job by Hudson to pick her head up. Make sure Sams wasn't trying to advance to third.
Batting, the catcher, number 13, Olivia Herman.
That'll bring up the catcher, Olivia Herman. Two outs here. Bottom of the second inning. Lynchburg once again a runner at second base. First pitch to Herman's hit high in the air out towards right field. Ranging over is the second baseman who makes the catch in foul ground. And after a leadoff single from Tully, the Hornets aren't able to advance that run home. 1-0 still our score. Virginia Wesleyan on top. You're watching LHSN. Welcome back to University of Lynchburg. Hornets behind 1-0 here. As we head to the top of the third, on the top of the order, stepping to the plate for Virginia Wesleyan, Sarah Prosser. Prosser takes that first pitch for a strike from Sparandeo, still on the mound for the Hornets. One pitch just misses low. Count evens at 1. The top half of the second, Sparandeo did well to get the first 2 outs. Let up a 2-out single down the middle, but Lynchburg able to fend off that 2-out rally from the Marlins. Always important if you're the defensive team to not let those rallies start until there are 2 outs. A lot more difficult. Play with your back against the wall. So 2-1 misses low once more. (3-1) from Sparandeo. Gets it across, runs that count full. It's 3-2. Sparandeo shakes one off. Payoff pitch. Grounded over towards Walter at short. She'll throw it on to first. In time, a great stretch from Tully to retire Prosser. The Hornets get that first out with a great defensive play.
Now batting, third base, number 23, Allison Pollock.
Allison Pollock stepping up to the plate, number 23. First pitch to Pollock from Sparandeo, misses outside. (1-0). Off speed, just misses up. Lots of places to watch here down at Moon Field, whether you're sitting behind home plate where we are, or sitting up, almost up by Drysdale. A lot of great viewing locations sitting down in this somewhat of a bowl on the lower side of Lynchburg's campus. That one lined right back up the middle and through for a base hit from Pollock.
Now batting,
Autumn Booth stepping to the plate, the designated player.
Autumn Booth.
Booth, her first time up, popped up. Tully came over in foul ground and made the catch. Booth steps out, takes a sign from the third base coach for the Marlins, steps back in. Here's that 1-0. (1-1) from Sparandeo. Grounded over towards Cundiff. Diving, but the ball goes just foul. Would have been a tough play if it stayed fair. So maybe a little blessing in disguise there for the third baseman. Some people even bringing their gloves to the ballpark. One of the other commentators here for LHSN, Evan Gates, taking part in that. This one flown out towards Powell in right field. Makes the catch on the line. Keeps that one in her glove for the second out of the inning. Keeps that runner at first base.
Now batting is the catcher, number 10, Caitlin Myers.
Caitlin Myers stepping up to the plate. Doubled in her first appearance, picked up an RBI, gave the Marlins their only run of the game to this point. First pitch from Sparandeo. Misses outside. Pollock dancing off the bag at first base. Haven't tried to steal yet, but for a team who's 14th in the country, steal a lot. This one flown out towards right center. It's Powell coming in to make the catch and retire the side here for the Hornets. One hit, no run for the Marlins. We'll head to the bottom of the third inning here. 1-0 still our score on LHSN. Welcome back to Lynchburg, Virginia. Lexi Powell, the leadoff batter here for the Hornets, batting in that 9th spot. Lays down a bunt, goes foul. Strategy we've seen quite a bit from Powell. Works out the majority of the time. Behind here in this count, 0-1 to Seal. That one swung on and missed, and quickly 0-2. Oh, 2 pitch. Just misses off the outside edge. A good take from Powell. Seal takes that sign from the dugout. The 1-2 pitch just misses low. Powell, a good fight to even this count back up at 2. 2-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. A good rise ball there from the pitcher. Powell goes down swinging, and that'll bring up the top of the order for the Hornets and Addison Walter.
Batting, shortstop, number 3, Addison Walter.
Walter takes a first pitch strike. That last strikeout, the first one of the game for Virginia Wesleyan. 0-1 pitch to Walter. Misses just high. Through the same pitch she got Powell to swing at. Walter, maybe after that little conversation between her teammate Powell and herself, realizing that ball is going to move up just a little bit more, and Seal goes the opposite direction, throws one in the dirt, gets Walter to swing through it. 1-2 is the count. Here is that pitch. Check swing, softly hit back towards Seal in the circle. Turns and throws it on to Haley Sadler at first, in time to retire Walter.
Now batting, center fielder, number 19, Kaylee Hackett.
And that'll bring up Kaylee Hackett for her second appearance to the plate this afternoon. Singled over the head of Pollock at third in the first inning. That one fouled back. Hackett standing pretty far forward in the box. 0-1 pitch popped back into the netting. One of those balls that in previous years probably would have made its way back to Lakeside Drive, but new netting put up here in phase 1 of these Moonfield renovations keeps that ball in the field of play. But 0-2 looking for a quick inning is Seal. That one fouled over towards our camera against the netting. 0-2 still the count. The 0-2 pitch. Hit hard down the left field line, but hooking foul. Hackett turned on that one, just unable to keep it in play. Stays alive, 0-2, still the count. Good battle from Hackett, shakes her head. Did well to adjust to that off-speed pitch. Still behind 0-2. Outside, check swing from Hackett, didn't go around. 1-2, now the count. Right now, Seal just looking for that put-away pitch. Hasn't found it against Hackett yet. 1-2 pitch. Hit high in the air, out of play once more, and a long at-bat here from the junior center fielder. This next pitch, the 8th pitch of this at-bat. Hit high in the air, coming into foul ground, and just nearly avoids the full crowd behind home plate. Hackett staying alive. One of the longer at-bats we've seen on this field this season, this only being the 5th game played on Moon Field. 9th pitch in this at-bat coming from Seal. Hit high in the air out towards left center. Ranging back is Hudson, and will make that catch for the 3rd out here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. So Lynchburg goes down 1-2-3. The Marlins will look to extend their lead here as we head to the top of the 4th inning on LHSN. Welcome back to Lynchburg, Virginia. Sparandeo still in the circle for the Hornets.
Now batting right fielder, number 19, Julia Piotrowski.
Julia Piotrowski stepping to the plate for the Marlins. Struck out looking her first time up to end the 1st inning. This one grounded towards Cundiff at 3rd. She'll calmly throw it on to Tully at 1st, but that one gets away from the senior first baseman. Throw off line from Cundiff. A bit of confusion here. There was some contact made between Tully and Piotrowski on their way to 1st. Tully reaching out to make that catch that was just a little bit wide from Cundiff. Made contact with the runner. Everyone seems to be okay. Piotrowski still standing on 1st. Piotrowski tries to steal 2nd. That ball falls out of the glove of Walter, gets out to center field, and Piotrowski very quickly is going to advance to 3rd base. Brief conversation here between the infielders.
Shortstop number 6, Madison Hudson.
So Piotrowski advanced to 1st on an error. A ball that was relatively routine. And then that ball just barely popping out of the glove of Walter got far enough away from her that allowed Piotrowski to advance. This one grounded back towards Cundiff into foul ground. It would have been exactly what Sparandeo would have drawn up if it had stayed fair. Would have kept that runner at 3rd and maybe gotten the one at 1st. But with the pace that Piotrowski has standing at 3rd base, would have been a tough play after the throw. Madison Hudson, the batter for the Marlins. Takes that pitch just off the outside edge. The 3-1 pitch from Sparandeo. Grounded back towards Walter at short. Takes a peek at Piotrowski at third. Throws it to Tully in time to get the first out of the inning. Good job there from Walter to realize to see if Piotrowski was advancing. It'll bring up Haley Sadler. Grounded out to Cundiff her first time up. First pitch from Sparandeo. Just misses inside, 1-0. That one grounded right back to Sparandeo. The throw at home is in time. A great catch there from Olivia Herman. The throw from Sparandeo was just a little bit offline, but a quick recovery keeps that run off the board. Virginia Wesleyan trying to steal one. Has it come back to bite them, and another play at the plate this afternoon. Lynchburg was denied a run earlier in this matchup at that home plate. Olivia Herman gets one back for the Hornets, keeps that lead 1-0. This one hit high in the air, slicing and out of play over the away dugout. Brooke Anderson, the left fielder, at the plate now for the Marlins. Anderson's appeared in 16 games, started 14 of those. One is the count. Sparandeo fighting to get out of a tough inning for the Hornets. It was just a good play at the plate. That one ripped over the head of Cundiff at third, but just barely finds its way foul. And Sparandeo just a strike away from getting through another inning clean. Sparandeo nods her head, takes the pitch. 1-2, just misses low. Good block there from Herman. Count evens back up at 2. Two-two pitch, grounded just foul. Two-two pitch from Sparandeo, hit high in the air, slicing. It's Tully coming over, unable to make the catch over near that away dugout. It would have been a tough one up against that fencing. Anderson's going to stay alive in this at-bat for at least one more pitch. Two-two pitch. Hit hard over the head of Watts, but Powell is there to make the catch in right field for the third out here in the top of the 4th inning. So we'll head to the bottom of the 4th. The Marlins nearly scratched one across courtesy of 2 errors from the Hornets, but nothing comes across. 1-0 still our score here on LHSN. Sarah Watts at the plate for the Hornets. 1-0 still our score here in Lynchburg. Watts pops this one in the air out towards center. Coming in as Prosser makes the catch just short of the infield dirt. For the first out here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Watts just missed that one. That'll bring up the lefty power bat of Gracie Dooley.
Left fielder, number 8, Gracie Dooley.
Dooley singled in the 1st inning. Almost had that RBI, but Hackett was thrown out at the plate. Would have tied this game at 1. Since then, nothing doing for either team. Only 3 hits since that point in total. 2 of those going to Virginia Wesleyan, 1 for the Hornets. But Dooley, a matchup she's comfortable with. Lefty bat, righty pitcher. 1-1 pitch. Seal paints the outside edge, and the count moves 1-2. Dooley on the team's second batting average, batting .368. Fouls that one off the end of the bat, back into the netting. Dooley on the season, 2 home runs, including the one against Salisbury last time out. Also second in the team in the hit column, 14 of those this year. Hits that one over the head of the shortstop, through for a base hit. Dooley stays hot, goes 2 for 2 thus far this afternoon, and Lynchburg has a 1-out base runner courtesy of a single from Gracie Dooley. Sophie Tully stepping to the plate here for the Hornets. Tully also reached on a single that in the 2nd inning, that one right back up the middle. Lynchburg has done a good job of fighting off some tough at-bats, being comfortable late in counts. Seal's done a good job of getting ahead 0-2, 1-2 in a lot of counts, but Lynchburg fought back. And with a pitching staff that's not too deep, you expect Lynchburg is going to see the same pitchers over and over again. That ball gets away from the catcher. Dooley's going to advance to second. Caitlin Myers unable to handle that pitch there from Seal, and a runner in scoring position once again for the Hornets. Tully, the experienced first baseman, looking to put one in play, maybe get Dooley to third, or maybe even to come home if a ball gets near the wall. That one fouled back into the netting. 1-1. Tully on the year, batting .324. 1-1 pitch, lined out towards the right fielder. Dooley dances off the bag at second base, but Piotrowski was ready if she was going to try and advance.
Now batting, third base, number 4, Carly Cundiff.
That'll bring up Carly Cundiff to the plate. Cundiff in an RBI opportunity here. 2 outs, bottom of the 4th. Lynchburg still trails 1-0. Gracie Dooley stands on second base. Lay off a pitch inside and low. 1-0 is the count. Cundiff in her first at-bat laid down a bunt that advanced the runner to second. Checks her swing there on a pitch that gets away from Myers. The appeal, she went around. One pitch. Hit high in the air down the right field line, foul. Once again, Seal just a strike away of getting out of another jam. The Hornets have put base runners in scoring position all afternoon. Seal just misses low, evens the count at 2. Virginia Wesleyan has done a great job of playing comfortably with runners on. 2-2 pitch, hit softly out towards center field. That one's going to drop for a base hit, but staying at third is Dooley. Good job there from Lacey Campbell to get to that ball relatively quick. It took a pretty soft bounce, probably beneficial to the Marlins. So I believe we might see a substitution here, and we will. It's going to be a pinch runner. Cundiff's going to step off. And I believe Leah Caldwell is going to go take her spot on that first base bag.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Now pinch running at first base, number 29, Leah Caldwell.
Leah Caldwell, another one of those players we've seen in that position quite a bit, and might see some sort of a change here for Virginia Wesleyan. Or maybe just a brief mound meeting for the away team. Lynchburg putting some pressure on the Marlins for what seems like the third or fourth time this afternoon. But this one, the first real threat that we've seen. Runners on the corners, 2 outs, and it's going to be freshman Alex DiNardo in just her first home start, having the opportunity to put the Hornets on the board for the first time this afternoon.
Now batting, designated player, number 18, Alex DiNardo.
First pitch to DiNardo, swung on and missed. DiNardo unable to catch up to that pitch that was working away from her. 0-1. Just misses off the outside edge. The same pitch DiNardo just saw. Realized that this time laid off. Count evens at 1. Seal still in the circle for the Marlins. DiNardo takes that one up and away. And ahead 2-1. Good fight from the freshman. Two-one check swing, got a pitch in the dirt. 3-1 is the count. DiNardo. It'd be interesting to see if she has the green light. It's been 3 straight balls from Seal in the circle. 3-1 pitch, hit high in the air, slicing towards that wall in right field. That one's gonna get down. Run that count full. It's 3-2. Payoff pitch to DiNardo, hit high in the air out towards left center field. Coming over is Prosser, and will make the catch, and the Marlins get out of it. Lynchburg threatens once again, gets runners on the corners with 2 outs, unable to capitalize. It's still 1-0. Marlins on top. We'll head to the top of the 5th inning here on LHSN. Welcome back to Lynchburg, Virginia. Bit of a delay here. Can't exactly tell you what's going on here on Moon Field, but it's a 1-0 lead for the Marlins. Two coaches here on either side having a conversation down the left field line. The Hornets having a brief intermission out just by second base. It's still Sperandeo on the mound, no other changes. Tully at first, Watts second. Walter at short, Cundiff at third. After that brief delay, we'll head back into play. It's going to be number 29. Lacey Campbell stepping up to the plate for the Marlins. Swings at the first pitch she sees, grounds it towards Watts, takes a bad bounce right in front of her. Unable to handle it, make that throw to first. So an error puts the 9-hole hitter on base to start this inning. It'll be Sarah Prosser to the plate.
Fielder number 31, Sarah Prosser.
Prosser on the year, the second best average on Virginia Wesleyan's roster, .393, shows bunt. That one just goes foul, 0-1 is the count. Prosser on the year, only 4 RBIs. Obviously gets on base quite a bit, batting in that leadoff spot. You're not going to have many RBI opportunities in a game where you only get 3 or 4 at-bats. Back pick there nearly gets Campbell dancing off that first base bag. It was a good throw from Herman, and it could have gone either way. Very close call, but a confident call from the first base umpire. Sperandeo still in the circle for the Hornets. Here's the 1-1. That one slapped towards Walter at short. No play at second, but the play at first gets away from Tully once again. That's going to advance the runners to second and third base with no outs here in the top of the 5th inning. Good call there from Virginia Wesleyan to send Campbell on that slap from Prosser. It made that play at second impossible and made the play just at first just a little bit more difficult, with Walter having to check where the runners were, and head coach Don Simmons is going to step out, have a conversation with Sperandeo and the infielders. Another time where Lynchburg maybe needed to take advantage of opportunities in the bottom half of the previous inning. Virginia Wesleyan taking advantage of those miscues from the Hornets. 5 errors on the afternoon for Lynchburg. Home plate umpire steps out into that congregation out towards the pitching circle. Breaks it up, and we'll see what Sperandeo has to get out of this jam.
Now batting third base, number 23, Allison Pollock.
That one gets away from Herman behind home plate, but no runners advance. If you're Virginia Wesleyan with no outs here in the top of the 5th, you would not want to risk sending that runner at third home like we saw in the previous inning. 1-0 misses outside, 2-0. In a high leverage situation, Allison Pollock at the plate, third baseman. That one grounded towards Cundiff. Just goes foul. It was just left of that third base bag. Another one of those ground balls that we've seen to Cundiff this afternoon. Hasn't had to make many plays, however. The majority of them have found their way left of that foul line. Ahead in the count. Three-one is the count. Grounded towards Cundiff. The play at the plate once more. Herman applies the tag, and she is out at home. Lacey Campbell once again getting sent home. And exactly what you did not want to happen if you're a Virginia Wesleyan fan is that runner at third base. Tagged out at the plate. So we're going to see a pinch runner here. It's going to be Pollock stepping off. Autumn Booth, the designated player for the Marlins, stepping to the plate. Virginia Wesleyan going to take that base at second. Emily Holloway was making her way towards second base, most likely trying to force Olivia Herman to make that throw and force a double steal situation. Herman, however, lets Holloway advance to second base. Sperandeo behind in this count to Booth, 2-0. Booth lays off a pitch that just missed. 3-0 is the count. It's interesting to say, but honestly, a walk here wouldn't be the worst thing for the Hornets. Holloway advancing to second took away any opportunity of a double play, but that one lined out towards Powell in right field. It's down for a base hit. One run's going to score. And now 2 runs are going to score, and Virginia Wesleyan is going to extend that lead to 3-0. It looked like there was a close play over at first as well. Powell tried to get Booth out at first base instead of making a throw home, and it was a lot closer than it looked. Would have just been the second out of the inning. 2 runs would have scored regardless. Sperandeo gave Booth a pitch to hit just on the outside edge. It's one of those ones with a 3-0 count that you'd almost want your pitcher to lay off. But maybe they knew that loading the bases there would not have been a very positive sign for Virginia Wesleyan. She swings, puts it in play, and the Marlins extend that lead to 3-0. Lynchburg is threatened in almost every inning that they've had, especially at the plate. Head coach Simmons in a discussion here with the home plate umpire. Wish we could have a mic on one of them to hear what was going on.
Pinch running at first base, number 0, Miranda Jenkins. And now batting, the catcher, number 10, Caitlin Myers.
Miranda Jenkins stepped to first base in the place of Autumn Booth. That one grounded towards Watts there, thrown on to second to Walter, and on to first in time for the double play. So the Hornets get the double play, just 1 out too late. 2 runs come across for the Marlins. It's a 3-0 lead, but Lynchburg maybe picking up some momentum as we head to the bottom of the 5th inning here on LHSN. Olivia Herman at the plate for the Hornets, who now trail 3-0 here in the bottom of the 5th inning. That one grounded over towards the third baseman, makes a good stop, throws it on to first in time to get the first out here in the bottom of the 5th. A calm field and throw there from Pollock at third base. Coach Simmons stepping out, having a conversation with the home plate umpire once more. Alexi Powell was due up. We'll see if there's a change here. Believe it's going to be Ruby Stewart. Pinch hitting here for the Hornets.
Pinch hitting for Lynchburg, number 15, Ruby Stewart.
Pinch hitting, a position we've seen quite often for Stewart. We've also seen her play a little bit of second, a little bit of short this year, when Watts or Walter weren't filling those roles. She'll take a first pitch strike behind 0-1. Wind here softly blowing in directly from center field. Stewart takes a pitch high, evens the count at 1. Both teams similar in the hit column, Virginia Wesleyan 6, Lynchburg 5, but the real discrepancy on that box score is going to be in the error column. Virginia Wesleyan has been perfect in the field to this point. Lynchburg, on the other hand, 5 errors have really been the catalyst for this Virginia Wesleyan lead. Stewart lines that one on top of the away dugout. 1-2 still our count. Stewart on the season. This her 9th appearance, batting .200. Takes a pitch outside, does well to even the count back up at 2. Stewart's made 1 start this year for the Hornets. Part of a relatively experienced infield. Watts, the lone freshman, but Stewart goes down looking. Good pitch there from Seal on the inside corner.
Shortstop, number 3, Addison Walter.
That'll go down as Seal's second strikeout of the afternoon. And top of the order coming to the plate here for the Hornets, it's Addison Walter. Lays off a first pitch, off-speed pitch that just misses high. One 0 to Walter. Laid off, evens the count at 1. Walter on the day, 0 for 2, grounded out to short. Grounded out on a check swing that went right back to the pitcher. Virginia Wesleyan just a strike away here from moving to the next inning. It'll be a good job for Seal to get her bats back up if she can get this final strike. Time was called before that pitch was thrown. Walter behind 1-2. Takes a pitch inside. Evens the count back up at 2. Walter doing well to stay alive. Another long at-bat. Something we've seen the Hornets improve on early in this game and throughout the Salisbury series. Went down relatively quick. As Walter once again fouls that one off the handle of the bat. Count will stay at 2. Walter on the year batting .333. Another good job to stay alive there from Walter. The 8 pitch in the at-bat. Walter lays off a good off-speed pitch that just might have missed off the outside corner. And Walter, after being behind 1-2, runs this count full. 3-2. The payoff pitch from Seal swung on and missed, strike 3. Seal gets her 3rd strikeout of the game, and the Marlins able to go 1-2-3 in this inning, bring their bats back up to the plate with the momentum. We'll head to the top of the 6th inning. 3-0 is our score here on LHSN. Sparandeo still on the mound here for Lynchburg.
The right fielder, number 19, Julia Pietrowski.
Julia Pietrowski steps to the plate for the Marlins. This one lined over the head of Cundiff, but goes foul down the left field line. This game, the first conference game for either of these sides. A 1 pitch from Sparandeo just misses outside. Count evens at 1. After this matchup, Virginia Wesleyan will head north to Fredericksburg to take on Mary Washington. Take a break from their conference play. That'll be their last non-conference game of the season. Lynchburg, following this, will host Marymount. Then they'll host Guilford to round out this 8-game home stand. 2-1 pitch fouled down the right field line, out of play. And then they alternate at Ferrum, back here, take on Randolph, and then at Shenandoah before playing 6 games in a row at home against some very tough competition. Seems like Lynchburg always ends up in a situation where they play a lot of teams in the top 10. Randolph Macon just on the cusp of that number. Virginia Wesleyan obviously 6th, Salisbury 1st, and CNU will come to town later. Sperandeo gets the strikeout, drop 3rd strike. Herman throws on to first to retire Piotrowski. First out here in the top of the 6th.
Now batting shortstop number 16, Madison Hudson.
Last season, Lynchburg went 4-6 against teams ranked in the inside the top 10. This one hit high in the air there from Hudson. Coming over as Watts on the foul line down the right field line will make the catch for a quick 2 outs here in the top of the 6th.
Now batting first base number 8, Haley Sadler.
Haley Sadler takes a first pitch strike on the inside corner, 0-1. This one grounded right back to Sperandeo. Can't make the play. It's Walter throwing on to first in time to retire the side here. Lynchburg gets them to go 1-2-3, picks up some momentum. They'll head to the bottom of the 6th inning. Chance to cut into this 3-0 lead on LHSN.
Now batting center fielder number 19, Kaylee Hackett.
Kaylee Hackett stepping to the plate here for the Hornets. That one lined right to the third baseman, who makes a great catch. Didn't even have to move her feet. Pollock just stuck her glove a little bit to her right, makes the catch.
Sarah Watts.
1 pitch, 1 out for Seal here in the bottom of the 6th, who's been relatively efficient, has gotten into some jams. Lynchburg has put themselves in some relatively good positions this afternoon, just not able to scratch across a run to this point. But you'd have to imagine if you could put 3 people at the plate in this inning to maybe scratch one across, you'd like to see Hackett, Watts, and Dooley. And 2 balls there. We'll have Caitlin Myers step out and have a conversation with her pitcher. Seal on the season, 52nd best ERA in the country. Also 3rd in shutouts. on a team that leads the country in shutouts. Not something you want to see if you're a Lynchburg fan. Virginia Wesleyan in first by themselves with 8 on the season. Seal has been a part of 3 of those. And Emma Adams, another starting pitcher for Virginia Wesleyan, also has 3 as well. .30 our count. Home plate umpire giving maybe the catcher a little moment to take or catch her breath. Watts ahead in the count, 3-0. That pitch just catches the bottom edge. It was a automatic take there from the freshman. Now you have to imagine given the green light. Hit 2 home runs in her opening series on this home field. Takes that pitch up and in, reaches on a walk, so 1 out base runner here for the Hornets. Brings up that power that we've seen quite a bit over the last few years, Gracie Dooley.
Gracie Dooley.
Dooley takes a pitch low. Gets ahead 1-0 in the count. Steps back in the box. Lines that one down the left field line, foul. Seal's been relatively quick on her delivery. As soon as Dooley steps back in the box, Seal's ready to throw home. One. Just misses off the bottom edge. Brings the count to 2-1. Lynchburg most likely needs to scratch at least 1 across here in the bottom of the 6th. Don't want to have all the pressure put on the bottom half of the final inning. Two pitch to Dooley. Hit high in the air down the left field line, but once again, that one getting out of play. Might have had the distance to get out of here, but just slices foul of that foul pole. Count's going to stay even at 2. Dooley brought a spark during the Salisbury series with that home run. Swings and misses on a pitch off the outside edge, and she goes down swinging for the 2nd out here in the bottom of the 6th.
First base, number 25, Sophie Tully.
Good job by Seal to get Dooley to chase on that outside pitch. It wasn't one that was really going to be beneficial for Dooley to make contact with in the first place, but one of those ones you can't let go, especially with 2 strikes. Sophie Tully steps to the plate now. Well, 1 pitch to Tully. Just catches the inside corner right below the hands of the first baseman. 0-2 is the count. Tully 1 for 2 on the afternoon. That pitch nearly gets away from Myers behind the plate, but Watts calmly steps back on that first base bag. Seal looking to get out of it once more. Watts on the move. Tully flies one out to left field. It's Anderson who will make the catch and retire the side. So the Hornets get a base runner in the courtesy of a walk from Sarah Watts, but can't do anything with it again. Another runner left on base. We'll head to the top of the final inning here in Game 1 of this doubleheader on LHSN.
batting, left fielder number 25, Brooke Anderson.
Welcome back to Lynchburg, Virginia. Brooke Anderson lines that one past the glove of Carly Cundiff and threw for a base hit. That one just barely finding its way under the glove of Cundiff. It was hit relatively hard, and it would have been a tough play regardless. Walter coming over, trying the backhand as well, but couldn't grab it either, and a leadoff single there from Brooke Anderson. She's on the move, gets caught in between first and second to throw back to first. Was caught by Watts, but Anderson was back safely. Lacey Campbell at the plate for the Hornets. Reached on an error her last time up. Dancing off the bag at first again is Anderson, with Tully playing relatively far off that bag down the first base line. Obviously anticipating that bunt. You have to imagine that Anderson's going to have free will to dance off as much as he wants. 0-2 is the count. This one flown softly out towards Watts at second. Makes the catch nearly standing on the bag for the first out here in the top of the final inning.
Now batting, center fielder number 31, Sarah Prosser.
Sarah Prosser stepping to the plate here for Virginia Wesleyan. That leadoff batter getting her fourth try of the afternoon. There's trying a steal. Anderson was in safely. The throw was just a little late. Regardless of if Walter picked that one or not, would have been a safe call there at second base. Virginia Wesleyan showing once again that they have the ability to take bases. This one popped in the air out towards shallow center field. It's Hackett coming in to make the catch for the second out of the inning.
Now batting, third base number 23, Allison Pollock.
Coming into this game, Virginia Wesleyan 14th in the country in stolen bases, averaging just above 3 stolen bases a game. Totals to 57 on the year before this one. It's Allison Pollock at the plate. 1-1 pitch from Sparendale. Line to Walter. A diving throw, catch and a throw to Cundiff at third. Will allow Pollock to advance to second base on the throw that got away from Cundiff. It would have been a tough play. Obviously, if there was another runner on first base, it would have been a lot easier for Cundiff. But because it was not a forced play there at third, she would have had to apply the tag, and we're going to see a pitching change here. With 2 outs in the top of the 7th inning, it's going to be Kaylee Dorsis stepping in place of Angela Sparendale. We'll take a break here on LHSN. Welcome back to Lynchburg, Virginia. Kaylee Dorsis warmed up here, just looking to get one out. Autumn Booth, the batter for Virginia Wesleyan. You'd have to imagine here that a hit would go a long way to extend that lead. One-0 from Dorsis, fouled into the netting, 1-1. To this point, Lynchburg has played relatively well. Those 5 errors, obviously a glaring number on that scoreboard, but pitching staff has done a relatively good job. If you could say you could hold the number 6 team in the country to 3 runs, you'd be relatively happy as Dorsis misses high. However, Virginia Wesleyan on the other side of the ball has done a great job keeping Lynchburg off the scoreboard. Lynchburg has had a lot of base runners today, 6. Or 7 to be, in fact. That one grounded through for a base hit. It's going to score 1. Throw home from Hackett to Herman. Gets away from Herman, and another run is going to score. So Virginia Wesleyan extends that lead to 5-0, and that comeback from Lynchburg looking extremely more difficult. Booth applied that, or got that hit out towards center field that allowed 2 runs to come across. So we're going to have a conversation here between coach for Virginia Wesleyan and that home plate umpire. Booth was pinch ran for earlier in the matchup, and I believe she's going to be pinch ran for once again. I believe that is Micaiah Himes stepping out there to second base to take the place of Autumn Booth.
Pinch running at second base, Micaiah Himes.
Still 2 outs here in the top of the 7th. That one grounded towards Watts, looking to end the half inning. Throws it on to Tully to do so, but that lead extended to 5 runs, and Lynchburg's going to need to find at least 5 in the bottom half of the final inning to climb their way back into this one. We'll see what they've got here on LHSN. Carly Cundiff at the plate, grounds that one over towards the shortstop, who makes a great throw on to first to get the first out here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Lynchburg trails 5-0.
Designated player number 18, Alex DiNardo.
Alex DiNardo, the designated player, stepping up to the plate, just 2 outs away from Virginia Wesleyan picking up their 9th shutout on the season. Lynchburg has other ideas, however. Rally caps are on. Maybe a rally unicorn in that home dugout. 1-1 is the count. DiNardo does well to advance that count to 2-1. She's done a good job of that the entire afternoon. Checks her swing at a pitch in the dirt. Brings the count to 3-1. If you're Lynchburg, it would be nice to find 5 runs here in the bottom of the seventh, obviously, but with a game to follow this, you're almost looking for some momentum as well, as that one goes foul off the foot of DiNardo. Like I mentioned earlier, these doubleheaders are more of a marathon than a sprint, and if you can find some success in Game 1, that can bring you to success in Game 2. Can't hold your head for too long following Game 1. Payoff pitch to DiNardo is fouled off. She stays alive. Payoff pitch once more. This one grounded over toward the third baseman, who will pick it up and throw it on to first in time. Another clean field and throw there from Pollock at third base. Something we've seen a lot of this afternoon. Virginia Wesleyan, one of the better fielding teams in the country, fielding at a percentage just below .970.
For the Hornets, number 17, Alyssa.
Pinch hitter here for the Hornets, Alyssa Taliumptua. Takes a first pitch strike up in the zone, 0-1. The last hope for the Hornets is the freshman. Lays off that pitch that just misses. Evens the count up at 1. One pitch from Seal, popped up down the left field line, ranging over is Pollock, who makes the play in foul ground for the third out here in the bottom of the 7th inning, and that'll do it for Game 1 of this doubleheader. Virginia Wesleyan picks up a 5-0 win on the back of another shutout from Seal, her 4th on the year. And Virginia Wesleyan extends their lead in the shutout column in the country. They get up to 9. We'll see what these teams can do in the second leg of this doubleheader. Game 1 ends 5-0 in favor of Virginia Wesleyan. We'll be right back in about 30 minutes with the first pitch of Game 2 here on LHSN. Welcome back to Lynchburg, Virginia. Game 1 fell in the hands of Virginia Wesleyan. It was a 5-0 victory for the visiting Marlins, but Game 2 underway here at 3:23 in the afternoon. Still beautiful weather, right above 70 degrees, and I'll say if it wasn't for wind, it'd probably feel a lot hotter than that, especially back in our mobile press box, but fan doing wonders for us in here as that count evens up at 1. Leading off for the second time this afternoon, Sarah Prosser, the center fielder for Virginia Wesleyan. Played relatively solid out in center for Virginia Wesleyan in Game 1. Fouls that one off, stays alive, 1-2. Marlins picked up their 9th shutout of the season as that one slapped foul down the right field line. That good enough to to extend their lead in that category in the country. Had 8 coming into that matchup. Now sit at 9. Charlton, the starting pitcher this afternoon for the Hornets. We've seen a lot of different pitchers start. Kaylee Dorsis came and finished Game 1. It was Sperandeo who got all but the final out in that game. 2-2 pitch from Charlton. Slap right back at the pitcher. Turns and throws it on to first to Tully. In time to retire Sarah Prosser.
Now batting, third base, number 23, Allison Pollock.
Charlton gets that one across. Allison Pollock, the batter. Oh, 1 pitch. Taken low, count evens at 1.
We don't just do what you were doing last game, no headset. Yeah, no headset. Yes.
1-1 pitch from Charlton, just misses off the outside edge. Lynchburg now sits at 10-7 on the year. 4 of those losses, however, coming to teams inside the top 10 or inside the top 6. Virginia Wesleyan handing them their 7th loss in Game 1 of this doubleheader. Two from Charlton, swung on and missed in the dirt. Hudnall picks it up. Wasn't a drop third strike.
Now batting, designated player number 30, Autumn Booth.
Autumn Booth, designated player. Checks her swing, gets it across either way. 0-1 is the count. Booth had a few RBIs in Game 1 of this doubleheader, including the 2 in the 7th inning that extended that lead. Charlton fielding her position well in this half inning, however. They go 1-2-3, and Lynchburg will have a chance to take their first lead of the day here in the bottom of the first inning. You're watching LHSN.
Shortstop, number 3, Addison Walter.
Welcome back to Lynchburg, Virginia for the second straight game. Addison Walter playing leadoff for the Hornets, also playing over there at short. We'll take a quick look at their lineup. A few changes from game 1 to game 2. Kaylee Hackett still batting second out in center. Sarah Watts batting third, playing second. Gracie Dooley batting fourth out in left field. Tully also in the same spot, batting fifth at first. And then the changes start. Carly Hudnall gets the start behind the plate for the Hornets. She's batting sixth. Carly Cundiff moves from third base to designated player, and Madison Barnes is going to take Carly Cundiff's spot at third. Lexi Powell getting start once more in that 9 spot out in right field. And the starting pitcher for Virginia Wesleyan, Lauren Bible. Just another part of this pitching staff that has been very successful. 20 and a third innings pitched this year. ERA just below 3.5. She gets Walter to chase one. Count evens back up at 2. But a pitching staff with an ERA of 190. Two misses up. And the first batter of the game here that Bible faces will run the count full. It's 3-2. Payoff pitch to Walter. Swung on, grounded right past the second baseman. That one's through to the right fielder. No chance for the 9-3 play, and Walter's in with a leadoff single to start things off hot for the Hornets.
Now batting, center fielder, number 19, Kaylee Hackett.
That'll bring up Kaylee Hackett for Lynchburg. Game 1, Hackett went 1 for 3, singled in the first inning. We'll look to replicate that. That one goes over the back of Hackett, trying to show bunt. That pitch did well not to miss her, or not to hit her, sorry. Hackett just barely got out of the way of that one. Not often you see someone duck under a pitch, especially in softball. That one lays down the bunt, goes foul. Hackett, prior to this doubleheader, batting .343, good enough for the 4th best batting average on the team. Has started every game she's appeared in, this being her 16th start. 1-1 hit high in the air out towards left center field. Moving back is Anderson at the wall. Barely makes the catch just short of that wall on the warning track. She bobbled it just a touch, but a long run for Anderson. That ball from Hackett was hit very hard. Maybe a sign of things to come. Lynchburg.
Batting, second base, number 7, Sarah Watts.
Lynchburg, an opening single from Walter, and then putting a lot of pressure on the left fielder to go back and make that catch. Pretty much no man's land out there in left field. It'll bring up Sarah Watts for the Hornets. Lynchburg got base runners in 5 or 6 of the innings that they saw in game 1. And in the majority of those got runners in scoring position, but were not able to scratch across a single run in that game. Lynchburg will look to break this open just a little bit earlier than they wanted to in game 1. That ball hit softly towards the second baseman. Walter was right in the way of Campbell making that play. It was hit soft, and Walter stayed in the base path. No interference, and Lacey Campbell just not able to make that play. Might have just taken a little bobble right in front of her, but
now batting, left fielder, number 8, Gracie Dooley.
it's not often you see a ball hit that soft, take that weird of a bounce right before the infielder, but either way, it's 2 runners on here with 1 out. And Gracie Dooley at the plate for the Hornets, already threatening here in the bottom half of the first inning. 0-1 to Dooley. Fouled back into that new padding behind home plate. Just phase one of the Moonfield renovations. Completed that with the implementation of the new scoreboard before the Salisbury series last week. Bible takes her sign. 1-2 pitch to Dooley. Misses off the outside edge. Dooley fights it back, even at 2. Here's the 2-2 pitch. That one also misses off the outside edge, and the count runs full. It's 3-2. Already, Lauren Bible in a tough spot. Lynchburg has done well all year in putting decent pitchers in difficult spots, just not able to find that knockout punch. Dooley takes high, ball 4, and the bases are loaded here with only 1 out, with senior first baseman Sophie Tully coming up to the plate.
Now batting, first base number 25, Sophie Tully.
First pitch to Tully, runs inside, nearly hits her. Does well to get out of the way. Tully on the season, batting .324. Not often you'd see someone with a batting average that high be 8th best on her own team. Lynchburg, a team that puts a lot of balls in play. And already a quick mound meeting here. We've seen 4 straight balls thrown from Lauren Bible. And for Virginia Wesleyan, who has a not so much depleted, but a smaller pitching staff than most teams in the country, you have to imagine this is not what you want to see from one of your starters. With only 1 out in the bottom of the first. Bases are loaded for Sophie Tully at the plate. Bible takes her sign. Throws the 1-0 home. Misses up. Good job there from Myers to make sure that ball didn't get past her into the backstop. Almost could imagine that would score a run. Either way, it's 2-0. Here's 2-0 pitch. Big swing from Tully, fouled back into the netting. Lynchburg still ranked as the 16th best team in the country. Virginia Wesleyan as the 6th. Sophie Tully calls time. You have to imagine that even though the record's 10-7, when the next set of polls come around, this Lynchburg team would still be considered as one of the better teams in the country. As Tully takes a 2-1 on the bottom half of the zone. Count evens at 2. But in the eyes of the voters, you can only be punished so much for playing the number 1 team and the number 6 team. 2-2 pitch to Tully. Barely gets it to the plate. That's ball 3, and once again, that count runs full. Payoff pitch from Bible. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. She got Tully to chase one down in the zone. And Bible, who was in trouble, is now just an out away from getting out of it. That'll bring Carly Hudnall to the plate. Lynchburg hoping she can put one in play. She does so often. First pitch to her. Misses just outside. 1-0. on the year and 39 at-bats. Hudnall's put it in play once more. That one bobbled by the shortstop. That's going to score a run. It would have been a tough throw to make regardless. Hudnall was halfway to first by the time she tried to make the play. But Lynchburg scratches one across in the bottom of the first inning. And the Hornets lead 1-0 with power threat Carly Cundiff stepping to the plate as the designated player here. Cundiff calls for time. It was taking Bible just a little bit too long to take a sign from her coaches over there in that away dugout. Bases still loaded here in the bottom of the first. Lynchburg threatening. First pitch to Cundiff. Big swing, fouled back into the netting. It's 0-1. Cundiff on the year, batting .361. The 0-1 pitch. Hit hard towards Hudson at short. She dives, tries to flip it to second, not in time. Sarah Watts scores, and another run scratched across here from the Hornets. Already a little conversation here between catcher and pitcher. And also a brief conversation between umpires allows that run. It was a good dive from Hudson at short to keep that ball from going into the outfield.
Now batting, third base, number 16, Madison Barnes.
Freshman Madison Barnes steps to the plate. Did not appear in the first game of this doubleheader, but takes over the roles at third base for Carly Cundiff. Don't get many bases loaded opportunities. First pitch to Barnes. Lays off one that just catches the outside edge. 0-1 is the count. Barnes nearly checked her swing on that off-speed pitch from Bible. Decided not to take a hack at it instead. Misses outside, count evens at 1. Here's that pitch from Bible. Hit high in the air out towards right field. Moving in is Piotrowski. Makes the catch for the third out of the bottom of the first inning, but 2 runs scratched across on 2 hits from the Hornets, and they grab their first lead of the afternoon. It's 2-0 Hornets. We'll be right back on LHSN. Welcome back to Lynchburg, Virginia. Hornets on top 2-0 here as we head to the top of the second inning.
The catcher, number 10, Caitlin Myers.
Lynchburg, who struggled to put runs on the board in game one. Already found 2 here in the bottom half of the first inning. And now Virginia Wesleyan playing from behind. They haven't had to do it much this year. 15-4 record. 3 of those losses coming to the 2 teams ranked at the top of the coaches' poll. Were swept by Salisbury, split with CNU. Charlton misses outside, count evens at 1. That one flown down the right field line, foul. Caitlin Myers getting the start behind the plate, batting in that 4 spot. Myers on the year, batting .255 coming into this doubleheader. Puts her at 7th on the team. This one flown out towards Dooley in left field, takes 2 steps to her left. Makes the catch for the first out in the top of the second inning. And that'll bring up number 19, the right fielder, Julia Piotrowski. First pitch to Piotrowski, misses off the outside edge, 1-0. From Charlton. Hit hard down the left field line. Going back is Dooley at the wall. It's off the base of it. Rounding first, heading to second is Piotrowski. She's in there standing with a 1-out double. The Marlins looking to respond here in the top of the second, have themselves a runner in scoring position. That one goes down as the first extra base hit of the day for either team. There were a couple in game one that allowed runners to advance to second and third, but Lynchburg in that game, a couple errors that allowed that to happen. Check swing there from the batter, the appeal. Madison Hudson went around, and the away crowd, traveling all the way from Virginia Beach, does not agree with that call, but either way, got to step back in the box. That one from Charlton misses outside, count evens at 1. Madison Hudson at the plate here for Virginia Wesleyan. I say a long drive from Virginia Beach for these fans, but Hudson from Amherst County. Went to Amherst County High School, just about 20-30 minutes from where we sit here. That one grounded over towards Walter at short. Takes a peek at Piotrowski at second, but throws it to Tully at first for the second out here of the inning.
Now batting, first base, number 24, Abigail Craig.
Abigail Craig will get her first hack of the afternoon. Did not get the start in game one. Charlton just misses outside. Looking down this roster from Virginia Wesleyan, a lot of different states, a lot of different cities. Not recruiting from just one spot for Virginia Wesleyan. Furthest, Jocelyn Woodard from Temecula, California. But Elizabeth Pennington, first year, coming all the way from Lynchburg. Haven't seen Pennington this afternoon, but have to imagine in her homecoming game, it's her first year at Virginia Wesleyan, she'd want to step out on this field. 2-2 is the count. 2 outs here in the top of the second inning. Piotrowski still stands out there at second base. Charlton trying to get out of this inning unscathed. 2-2 grounded softly down the left field line, but just foul. A 2-2 pitch from Charlton. Misses up and away. Craig runs that count full. It's 3-2. Payoff pitch from Charlton. Hit high in the air down the right field line, but out of play. Funny enough, for Lynchburg, Virginia Wesleyan actually has more players from Lynchburg than Lynchburg does themselves. As that pitch misses just low. A 2-out walk.
Now batting, the left fielder, number 25, Brooke Anderson.
Anderson, swings through the first one. A 1 pitch here from Charlton, misses low. To keep going with the roster and location, both Lynchburg and Virginia Wesleyan both have one player from Virginia Beach. One. Swung on and missed. A great off-speed pitch there from Charlton, something we've seen all season. It's got to be in the scouting report. Comes out of that same angle every single time. Can't really adjust to that off-speed pitch, especially when it starts so high. Charlton can also run up the pace. Wouldn't be surprised to see it do her here. Gets a swing and a miss and a strike 3 for the third out here in the top of the second. Gets a loud roar from the crowd, and we'll head to the bottom of the second inning here. Still 2-0 Lynchburg, looking to extend their lead on LHSN. Welcome back to Lynchburg, Virginia. Lexi Powell at the plate here for the Hornets, batting in that 9th spot. Shows bunt, gets it down. It's a great bunt. They're going to say, however, that it hit Powell on the way by. Calling that ball dead. It looked like Powell had laid down a perfect bunt. Virginia Wesleyan didn't even try to field it. Maybe realizing that that play was not going to be made regardless. Powell had it beat out. Even if a cannon of an arm picked it up, not sure there's anyone on this field that would have made that throw in time. We'll see what this deliberation says, and she's out. Lexi Powell laid down the bunt. You have to imagine it came off of her. Ball was in play, and it touched her off the bat. So the momentum shifts back to Virginia Wesleyan. Good on them for knowing the rules.
Now batting, shortstop, number 3, Addison Walter.
Addison Walter, the leadoff batter for the Hornets in that one spot. Steps back up to the plate for the Hornets, takes the first pitch in the dirt. Here's the 1-0. Takes another one that misses low. Count goes to 2-0. Two-0 pitch from Bible. Just catches the inside corner, 2-1. Lynchburg, who looked like they had a leadoff base runner for the second straight inning, was denied that opportunity. Here's the 2-1. Walter grounds it over to third. Easy play for Pollock, however, who throws out Walter at first base for the second out here in the bottom of the second inning. That'll bring up Kaylee Hackett.
Batting, center fielder, number 19, Kaylee Hackett.
Last time at the plate for Hackett in the first inning, flew one deep to left center field. Anderson made a great catch at the wall. First pitch to Hackett's hard hit out towards center field again. But Prosser was there. Hackett's hit the ball hard twice, has not been rewarded once. Quick 1-2-3 inning for the Hornets. We'll head to the top of the third inning. Virginia Wesleyan trails 2-0 here on LHSN. Welcome back, Lynchburg, Virginia. Lacey Campbell at the plate for Virginia Wesleyan.
Second base, number 29, Lacey Campbell.
Campbell playing second base for the Marlins. Swings and fouls the first pitch she sees back into the netting. It's a hot day here in Lynchburg. 0-1 pitch, misses low. You know, it does get relatively hot in this mobile press box behind home plate. You know, some would even say that with the sun shining in through the windows, it would be the right place and maybe the right time to open up an umbrella inside. A lot of people would say it's bad luck to do so. Tim LaDuca would say this isn't inside. And yes, if you're wondering, there is an umbrella open inside our mobile press box. You can kind of see it there on that camera angle. Lacey Campbell fights another one off. It's 1-2. Campbell does well to lay off that pitch. Count evens at 2. 2-2 pitch from Charlton. Hit high in the air out towards Hackett, just short of the warning track. Eyeing it, makes the catch for the first out of the inning. And that'll bring up the top of the order, Sarah Prosser. Talked about how important it was in game 1 to get that 9-hole hitter out, especially with a talented bat like Prosser coming to the plate. Prosser batting .393 coming into this doubleheader. First pitch slapped over the head of Walter out towards Hackett, who makes a great diving catch. Kaylee Hackett ranging to her right, lays out. Superman dives and makes the catch out in left center. Something you'd see posted on the NCAA's Instagram. Maybe even in the ESPN top 10 plays. Hackett lays out. Makes maybe the best catch we've seen on Moon Field in quite some time. They'll bring Allison Pollock to the plate.
Now batting, third base, number 23, Allison Pollock.
Pollock struck out her first time up. 0-1 pitch. Off-speed pitch. Great pitch there from Charlton. Gets it across 0-2. You know, just when it looked like Virginia Wesleyan might grab some of that momentum, Prosser nailed that one to left field. Hackett lays out. Here's the 0-2. Off-speed, grounded down the left field line. That one just goes foul. .02 from Charlton, misses outside, tried to get Allison Pollock to chase. One-two, popped way up in the air, asking for it is Watts, just short of that second base bag, makes the catch for the third out of the inning, and the Hornets looking dominant on the defensive end. Lynchburg still ahead 2-0. We'll head to the bottom of the third inning here on LHSN.
batting, second base, number 7, Sarah Watts.
Welcome back to Lynchburg, Virginia. Sarah Watts, who made the catch for the third out in the top of the third, steps to the plate as the first batter of the inning for the Hornets. Lauren Bible still on the mound for the Marlins. Conceded those first 2 runs, bottom of the first inning. Since then has looked relatively good. 0-1 pitch to Watts. Chopped foul. 0-2 is the count. Oh-2 pitch to Watts. Laid off a pitch that rose just a little bit more than Bible wanted. 1-2. Watts, her first time up, reached on an error. Counted for the second run that came across. That one misses well up. Evens the count up at 2. Bible hasn't looked great late in counts. Seems like Lynchburg has everything relatively tied up and waiting for their pitch. 2-2 to Watts. Misses low. 3 straight balls there from Bible. He runs that count full. She's gotten ahead quite a bit. Obviously getting 0-2 here against Watts, but has just been looking for that put away pitch. 3-2. Payoff pitch from Bible. Swung on and missed from Watts, and Bible gets that put away pitch. Threw one working away from the right-handed batter in Watts, but that'll bring up a lefty. Gracie Dooley pitching her inside.
Left fielder, number 8, Gracie Dooley.
Is something that Gracie Dooley is very comfortable with. That one lined over the head of the third baseman, Pollock, but it just goes foul. That last strikeout for Bible, her second of the game. Bible takes a sign. 0-1 pitch to Dooley. Just misses off the outside edge. One. Just misses low. It was a good frame from Myers, but home plate umpire saw it for what it was. Ball 2. 2-1 pitch for Bible. Lined it right back at Hudson. Can't make the play. Went to the ground a little hard there.
You can break your camera down and bring it in, actually.
It was a tough play to be made out there at short. It took a bobble right short of Hudson in that position. Went to the ground, seems to have gotten up and shaken it off. Looks like it could have been her left knee or ankle, but glad to see her up walking under her own power. But that will go down as the third error of the afternoon for the Marlins. You saw them relatively consistent in game one of avoiding those errors. We talked about their .969 fielding rate, one of the best in the country. As that one might have caught Tully on the top of the foot, and it did. So Lynchburg now has a runner in scoring position after Dooley reached on an error. Sophie Tully reaches on a hit by pitch, and Carly Hudnall.
The catcher, number 6, Carly Hudnall.
Carly Hudnall steps to the plate. Head coach Don Simmons comes out and is probably going to ask for a pinch runner for Tully. It's going to be number 28, Skylar Sams, taking the place of Tully at first. One out here in the bottom of the third. This one slapped right back towards Hudson. It's short. That ball gets by her, and Dooley's going to come home. The throw home is in time. The tag is applied. Another great throw from these outfielders. Dooley rounded third. Looked like she had a clear run to the plate, but the throw was about as perfect as it could get. Caitlin Myers applied the tag. Another one of those runs today that's just been wiped off the board. Because of a play at the plate, these catchers have been very skilled in that position. Cundiff lines one down the left field line. Just barely gets foul. Bible lucky that that run didn't score. But with runners on the corners here, 2 outs, the threat is still on for the Hornets. It's Sams on third, Hudnall on first, and Cundiff at the plate. Oh, 1. Off speed, misses off the outside edge. Hudnall goes to take second. Looked to me like Lynchburg was trying to maybe force Myers into a throw down to second, which would have allowed Sams to come home and at least give a play at the plate. Myers pump faked that throw, and now it's 2 runners in scoring position for Carly Cundiff. Takes that pitch low, and the count moves 2-1. The discipline and skill of the catchers this afternoon on both sides has really shown through. Myers did a great job in game 1 and now game 2. As Cundiff flies one out towards right field. That's in no man's land. This drops for a base hit. Sams comes home to score. Hudnall comes home to score as well, and the Hornets take a 4-0 lead. Cundiff just bloops that one over the first baseman's head into no man's land. It would have been a tough play for Piotrowski. She couldn't get there. And Cundiff gets a single and 2 RBIs, and Lynchburg now leads 4-0 here in the bottom of the third inning.
Now batting, third base, number 16, Madison Barnes.
Freshman Madison Barnes, the third baseman in this game, stepping up to the plate. Oh, 1 pitch to Barnes. Misses low and a head coach for Virginia Wesleyan stepping out, having some words with the home plate umpire. Talk about it often, how we would like to have a microphone to hear what's going on in the head of Virginia Wesleyan's head coach. At times, if you're a fan of Virginia Wesleyan, I mean, that happens. But you have to imagine, as a head coach of any team in any sport, if you argue one call, you might as well get one later, regardless if it was a strike or not, or whatever they're arguing it about. That argument always gets in the back of the mind of the umpires or referees. Either way, counts 1-1. Runner on first is Cundiff. This ball grounded towards the third baseman. Bobbles it, can't pick it up. The throw is not made to first. Another error for Virginia Wesleyan, their fourth on the afternoon. Barnes looked almost surprised that that play wasn't made, wasn't running full out to first base until she realized that ball wasn't even picked up. And once again, the Hornets have a runner in scoring position. So we'll see a pinch runner for Carly Cundiff. Leah Caldwell is going to come in and take her spot standing on second base. The energy for the Hornets at the plate in the game 2 of this doubleheader has just been different than what we saw in game 1.
Right field, number 10, Lexi Powell.
The hits aren't racking up at a different level, but just come in a different time. It's also helpful for the Hornets that Virginia Wesleyan hasn't been as sound in the field as they were in game 1. First pitch to Powell off the outside edge, swung on and missed. Powell hit her first career home run in the first doubleheader on Moon Field this year, just about a month ago. Shows bunt, this one right back to the pitcher. She picks it up and tosses it to the second baseman covering first, but 2 runs come across here in the bottom of the third inning, courtesy of a Carly Cundiff bloop single to right field. The Hornets now lead 4-0. We'll head to the top of the fourth here on LHSN. Welcome back to Lynchburg, Virginia. It's the Hornets on top 4-0 here as we head to the top of the fourth inning. The Hornets plated 2 in the bottom of the first inning. They plated 2 in the bottom of the third. And Autumn Booth is going to step to the plate here to maybe start a rally for Virginia Wesleyan. First pitch there from Charlton misses outside. 1-0 is the count. One 1-0 pitch fouled back into the netting. Booth takes that one off the outside edge. That one hit softly towards Barnes at third. It's Walter who fields it at short. Throw on to first was low, not in time regardless. I think Booth would have beaten that one out. Would have been a very tough play for Walter to make, even if the throw was on target. Booth seems to be shaking up just a little bit. To imagine this is a pinch runner for her. that it will be. I believe that pinch runner is number 18, Emily Holloway. Made an appearance in game 1, pinch running as well. Would not be surprised here to see Virginia Wesleyan test Hudnall behind the plate. Obviously, one run wouldn't firmly get them back into the game, but it would go a long way. Holloway has the pace standing at first base, so for a team that likes to test catchers often. Oh, 1 pitch from Charlton. There she goes to second base. The throw was on target, but no one was there to field it. And Holloway gets that stolen base, advances up into scoring position. The throw from Hudnall was on target. Just both Walter and Watts just a little late getting there. And then maybe once Watts was there, a little bit of a lapse of who was going to get the ball. That one fouled back into the netting. Charlton ahead in the count, 0-2. Tries to dot the outside corner of the plate, but just misses outside. Myers wasn't looking to chase. You also have to imagine that wasn't a pitch that would have been beneficial to make contact with anyway. She swings and misses at nearly an identical pitch off the outside edge, and that will go down as the first strikeout in this inning for Charlton. The third one of the game, and the first out here in the top of the 4th.
Now batting, right fielder number 19, Julia Piotrowski.
Piotrowski steps to the plate, number 19, the right fielder. Hey, there's a ball hammered to deep left center field. Looking back is Hackett, but that ball is way out of here. Julia Piotrowski turns on the first pitch she sees from Charlton. And Virginia Wesleyan cuts that 4-run lead in half. It's 4-2. It did not take long for Piotrowski to turn on that pitch.
Number 16, Madison Hudson.
She had the first extra base hit of this doubleheader in her first at-bat with a double. She gets the second for Virginia Wesleyan there with a home run. Madison Hudson lays off a first pitch. Counts 1-0. Charlton gets that one across. Good to see Hudson at the plate. Took a little bit of a spill at short earlier in the game. Walked it off. Grounds one here towards Barnes at thirds, who throw it to Tully at first for the second out of the inning. That'll bring up Abigail Craig, getting her second at-bat of the game. She walked her first time up.
Number 24, Abigail Craig.
Lines one hard down the right field line. That one just goes foul. It had to have been about a foot out of play. Powell would have had a hard time keeping Craig from reaching second base. But luckily for the Hornets, that ball just sneaks foul. Goes down as a long foul ball. 0-1 from Charlton. Hit softly towards Watts at second. Takes a bounce right into her glove, who tosses it on to Tully at first for the third out here in the top of the fourth inning. But Virginia Wesleyan cuts that 4-run deficit in half, courtesy of a Julia Piotrowski home run over the left center field fence. It's 4-2, Hornets on top, looking to avenge those runs when we come back on LHSN. Welcome back on LHSN. Addison Walter stepping back up to the plate for the Hornets. Walter, an experienced middle infielder. Played some second last year. Watts has taken over that role, and Walter stepped into that role at short. Has been a consistent starter for all 3 years. This one hit softly out towards the left fielder, who can't make the catch on the dive. It looked like she had it for a second, but maybe just trapped it against the grass here at Moon Field. And a leadoff hit there for Addison Walter. That's her second hit of the game.
Center fielder number 19, Kaylee Hackett.
And Kaylee Hackett steps back up to the plate. She's hit 2 balls extremely hard out there towards left and center field. Shows bunt this time, lays it down right back to the pitcher, who throws it on to first in time to get Hackett, but Walter advances to second base with 1 out. Hackett playing a little bit of team softball there. Knows she's hit the ball hard, maybe wanted the opportunity, but
second base number 7, Sarah Watts.
Takes that sign and makes that play well. Walter stands in scoring position now with just 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th. First pitch to Sarah Watts. Laid off a pitch that catches bottom half of the zone. One pitch to Watts. Popped up in the air over towards the first baseman. It'll be a tough play for Craig, but she makes it. Walter dances off the bag at second, but gets back safely.
Now batting, left fielder number 8, Gracie Dooley.
That'll bring up Gracie Dooley to the plate for the Hornets. Walked in her first at-bat, reached on an error in her second in the 3rd. Now steps up for her 3rd at-bat here in the 4th inning. Takes a pitch outside. Bible does well to dot the outside corner on Dooley. Said it earlier, but Dooley not one of those hitters that you want to pitch on the inside quarter of that plate. Has a tendency to pull that ball down the right field line, especially if it's hit hard. Dooley ahead in the count, 2-1. Lays off another pitch low and away, brings that count to 3-1. Have to imagine here if you're Bible. You'd be okay with the walk forces, or I guess creates a force at every base in the infield. But dots the outside edge, runs that count full. Good fight from Bible. Both sides, both fans here in Lynchburg, about as hot as they've been all afternoon. Virginia Wesleyan can feel the momentum shifting. The 3-2 pitch to Dooley misses low. Walter steals third. The throw is in time. No tag was applied, and now it's runners on the corners. With 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th inning, and Sophie Tully coming to the plate for the Hornets.
Now batting, first base number 25, Sophie Tully.
Tully struck out her first time up, was hit on the top of the foot her second time up. Has an opportunity to pick up an RBI. Walter stands on third. Here's the first pitch to Tully. Hits off the knob of the bat. Not a huge target to hit there off the knob of the bat. Went either way. Tully could be walking to first right now. Her second hit by pitch of the game, but maybe a win-win for her. Avoids her hand. Bible takes a sign from her dugout. Throws the 1-1 home. This one grounded right back towards Bible, who picks it up, tosses it on to first in time to retire Tully. And Virginia Wesleyan gets out of that inning unscathed. They'll come back to the plate with their bats hot. At the top of the 5th inning here on LHSN. Welcome back to Lynchburg, Virginia. It's the Hornets on top right now, 4-2. As we head to the top of the 5th inning.
Left fielder number 25, Brooke Anderson.
Brooke Anderson stepping to the plate here for the Marlins. Emily Charlton still in the circle for the Hornets as well. Runs in this game have come in pairs. Hornets scoring 2 in the bottom of the 1st. Here's a ball chopped softly back towards Charlton, who tosses it on to first. In time to retire Anderson for the first out here in the top of the 5th. But 2 runs in the bottom of the 1st for the Hornets. 2 in the bottom of the 3rd as well. And then Virginia Wesleyan with a home run in the top of the 4th. That plated 2 as well. Brings us to where we are, a 4-2 lead for the home side. Here's one hit high in the air. On that foul line as Tully makes the catch. So 2 quick outs here.
Now batting, center fielder number 31, Sarah Prosser.
And good to get 2 outs before the top of the order comes to the plate. Pitch from Charlton there, just misses low. one just catches the outside corner. Should bring that count to 1-2. That one slapped towards Walter at short. Takes a weird hop off the pitching circle. But Tully with a great stretch, and the Marlins go 1-2-3 in the top of the fifth. Charlton looking about as strong as she has all day. The Hornets will have a chance to respond in the bottom of the fifth. It's 4-2. Hornets on top on LHSN. Welcome back to Lynchburg, Virginia. Right now, the Hornets on top 4-2.
The catcher, number 6, Carly Hudnall.
Carly Hudnall steps to the plate for the home side. Lauren Bible still on the mound for Virginia Wesleyan. If you're the Hornets, you'd love to get a couple of insurance runs as we head down the stretch. But we also know that Virginia Wesleyan still has one pitcher they have not used this afternoon. Bible has really found her feet the last 2 innings. One 0 to Hudnall, fouled back into the netting, 1-1. Hudnall lays off an outside pitch that moves the count to 2-1. This one chopped towards the third baseman. A good pick and a good throw on to first to retire Hudnall for the first out here in the bottom of the 5th inning. That'll bring up Carly Cundiff to the plate.
Now batting, designated player, number 4, Carly Cundiff.
First pitch to Cundiff misses high. Cundiff on the afternoon, 2 for 2. 2 singles. Had those 2 RBIs in the bottom of the 3rd. Takes a pitch on the inside corner. 1-1. Big swing there from Cundiff. Bounce off the netting behind home plate. Moves that count to 1-2. Bible in the circle looking for a quick inning here in the bottom of the 5th to get those bats back up to the plate for the Marlins. Who ever since that home run have really held the momentum, but have not seen much on both sides of the ball either way. Two-two pitch swung on and missed from Cundiff. That'll get Bible her first strikeout of this inning.
Now batting, third base, number 16, Madison Barnes.
Freshman third baseman Madison Barnes stepping up to the plate. Barnes on the afternoon flew out to right field, reached on an error in her second time up. This one popped up in the air out towards right field. Moving in is Piotrowski. Makes the catch for the third out, and another quick half inning here for the Marlins. We'll head to the top of the sixth inning. Time running out for the away team on LHSN. Welcome back on LHSN. It's a 4-2 lead for the Hornets. The last three half innings have gone by relatively quick.
Third base, number 23, Allison Pollock.
Allison Pollock, the third baseman, stepping to the plate. 6 outs remaining for Virginia Wesleyan to climb their way back into this game. For a team that once trailed 4-0. The heart of the order coming up, 2, 3, 4. Allison Pollock struck out her first time, popped out her second. That one misses outside, gets away from Hudnall, 2-0. Two-0 pitch from Charlton. Catches the outside corner, moves that count to 2-1. Two-two pitch line towards Walter. Can't make the play. It was a tough one ranging to her right, but either way, it's a leadoff base runner for Virginia Wesleyan. That one's going to be ruled as a hit. Walter, it would have been a tough play regardless of the bobble, but we'll see a pinch runner here for Virginia Wesleyan. Could not tell you the number at the moment. No numbers on the front of the jerseys for Virginia Wesleyan. Is going to be number 17, Jenna Laird, as that pinch runner on first base. She takes off to second. The throw from Hudnall to Walters in time. The tag just a little bit late. Laird did well to get under the tag. And a runner in scoring position for Virginia Wesleyan. Last time we saw them send that runner to second, the next pitch did not go the way of the Hornets. Head coach Don Simmons going to step out, have a conversation with pitcher Emily Charlton and the rest of the infield. Wind slightly picking up here at Moon Field, still blowing in. Probably not enough to affect any balls hit out in that direction, however. Lynchburg looking to pick up their third out of 4 games win against Virginia Wesleyan. Swept the Marlins on the road last year. Lost game 1 of this doubleheader, but anytime you can be competitive with a team as quality as Virginia Wesleyan, you have to be happy. Also, Lynchburg, nearly 33 years to the day that this softball program picked up their first victory against Virginia Wesleyan. March 27th, 1990. Charlton gets that one across, 2-1. Took 5 years for Lynchburg to pick up their first win against the Marlins. First matchup coming in 1985. Since that first game, Marlins hold an advantage in the series. 76-46 after game 1 of this doubleheader. But in the last 10 meetings, it's almost been equal. Coming into this doubleheader, Virginia Wesleyan has won 6 out of the last 10, ranging back to 2019. Obviously, 2019, a great year for Lynchburg softball. Payoff pitch from Charlton popped up in the air out towards Powell in right field, ranging into foul ground. She makes the catch. The long throw to third to Barnes leads to no play. Tag up there from Laird was successful. And now a runner on third base here with just 1 out.
Now batting, the catcher, number 10, Caitlin Myers.
Have to imagine if you're a Marlin fan, you'd love to see that exact play replicated right here. Cut that lead down to at least 1. But here's one grounded to Watts. Coming home is Laird. She bobbles the throw to Tully at first, is in time. But while Lynchburg gets the second out of the inning, Virginia Wesleyan gets their 3rd straight run. They now only trail by 1 run. It's 4-3 in favor of the Hornets.
Now batting, right fielder number 19, Julia Piotrowski.
And if you're Virginia Wesleyan, you could not be more ecstatic about who just stepped up to the plate. Piotrowski had that home run her last time up. She doubled her first time up. She's 2 for 2 on the day. Oh, 1 from Charlton. Just misses off the outside edge. It's 1-1. One runs up on Charlton just a little bit. Brings that count to 2-1. Maybe Charlton pitching just a little bit more defensively than she did in the second at-bat for Piotrowski. Two-one pitch. Dots the outside edge of the plate. Charlton evens the count back up at 2, and One strike away from getting out of this inning with only one run coming across. No runners on base for Virginia Wesleyan, but power at the plate. Piotrowski has a hot bat. 2-2 swung on and missed, strike three. Charlton brings Virginia Wesleyan down to their final 3 outs with a strikeout of Piotrowski. It's a 1-run lead for the Hornets. We'll head to the bottom of the 6th inning here on LHSN.
Pinch hitting for Lynchburg. Pinch hitting for Lynchburg, number 21, Anna Grace Turl.
Welcome back to Lynchburg, Virginia. It's a pinch hitter to lead off the bottom of the 6th inning. Anna Grace Turl stepping up to the plate in place of Lexi Powell. Takes a first pitch on the inside part of the plate behind 0-1. Turl on the year. He's only appeared in 4 games with batting .333. 0-1 just misses low. Good take. Leadoff base runner would go a long way for the Hornets. That one fouled down the left field line. Talked about in game 1 of this doubleheader how important those final 2 runs for Virginia Wesleyan were. Obviously, nothing came of it for Lynchburg in terms of climbing their way back into the game, but 3 runs versus 5 runs is a big difference, and 1 run versus 2 feels almost the same, knowing that one swing can't tie the game. That one blooped over the head of the third baseman, foul once more. Turl staying alive. One, two from Bible. Taken just off the outside edge of the plate. Count evens at 2. Addison Walter sits on deck. 2-2 pitch. Fouled back into the netting. Staying alive is Tyrrell. Two-two pitch, dots the outside half of the plate. Lauren Bible gets the strikeout to lead off the bottom of the 6th inning. That'll bring up shortstop Addison Walter. Walter on the day, 2 for 3. Singled in the first, singled in the 4th. Get an opportunity here in the bottom of the 6th. Takes a pitch on the outside edge, strike 1. Walter slaps one over towards second base. That one takes a bounce right through the legs of Campbell.
Now batting, center fielder number 19, Kaylee Hackett.
Addison Walter reaches on an error on a ball that was not hit hard. It just went right through the legs of Campbell at second base. That's going to account for the 5th error this afternoon for Virginia Wesleyan. Hackett lines one through the gap between the third baseman and shortstop, and she's got herself another base hit. The Hornets stringing some hits together here, 2 on base with only 1 out. Be interesting to see if Virginia Wesleyan thinks about making some sort of a change. Speaking of change, we'll see a pinch hitter here for the University of Lynchburg.
Pinch hitting for Lynchburg, number 26, Bree Hodges.
Bree Hodges stepping to the plate in place of Sarah Watts. Hodges could change the complexity of this game with just one swing of the bat. First pitch to her, catches the outside edge, 0-1. Caitlin Myers behind the plate. A little shaken up after that pitch. Also saw Campbell step away from second base there. Might see some sort of change. The trainers will go over and have a brief conversation with Caitlin Myers. Virginia Wesleyan not a team who doesn't have depth at the catcher position. Five different players on the roster who either list catcher as their primary or secondary position. It'll be interesting to see where these changes are going to come. It looks like Kaylee Hawkins is going to step out to second base. Have to assume that'll be in place of Lacey Campbell. And while they figure this out on the field, we're just going to take a break here on LHSN. Welcome back to Lynchburg, Virginia. The changes are final here. Took a little while for everyone to get back into the right place. It's still Bree Hodges at the plate behind 0-1. Olivia Knight is going to take over the reins behind the plate for Virginia Wesleyan, number 33. And then number 2, Kaylee Hawkins is going to step in.
Now behind the plate, number 33, Olivia Knight, and now playing second base, Haley Hawkins.
Kaylee Hawkins will step in second base for Lacey Campbell. So that one gets away from the new catcher behind the plate. Knight can't handle that pitch, and now it's 2 runners in scoring position for the Hornets. That might make Hodges' job just a little bit easier. Not having to worry about turning that double play anymore. At least traditional way. This one blooped over the head of the first baseman. That one falls about a foot wide of the foul line. Would have plated 2. By the time that ball was called foul, Hackett was nearly around third base on the heels of Walter, who stands on that base currently. But either way, 1-2 still our count. Bible still in the circle for Virginia Wesleyan. A strikeout would go a long way for the Marlins' comeback hopes. This one lined right back at the pitcher. Bible turns, makes the throw to first. It's off target. It gets away from the first baseman. Walter comes home to score. Here comes Hackett. She'll score as well. And the Hornets extend their lead. It's 6-3. Bree Hodges hit that one hard right back at the pitcher. Lauren Bible was unable to hang on. It looked like it was in the glove of Bible for a split second. Fell out to the ground, and making the throw to first in desperation. Looked like she had Hodges beat. But the throw gets away from first baseman Abigail Craig. And the Hornets extend that lead back up to 3 runs, making that comeback for Virginia Wesleyan much more difficult here. Still only 1 out. Bottom of the 6th, Gracie Dooley steps up to the plate for Lynchburg. One-0 pitch to Dooley, swung on and missed. He evens that count up at 1. One lined over the head of the third baseman. That one once again just finds its way foul. It was off the end of the bat of Dooley. Lynchburg has been locating those hits the opposite direction quite well. A foot either way. And this game could be a much different story. Dooley swings and misses at a 1-2 pitch. That'll go down as the second out here in the bottom of the 6th, with Sophie Tully coming to the plate for Lynchburg.
Now batting, third base number 25, Sophie Tully.
First pitch to Tully's hit hard down the left field line. Coming over is the left fielder. Who is unable to make the catch into the lone blind spot we have from this press box. That ball just moving away from the left fielder, Anderson. Unable to make the grab over there. It's Tully behind 0-1 in the count. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th. Runner on second is Bree Hodges. Here's a ball popped up in the air to the third baseman, Pollock, who comes over in foul ground, makes the catch for the third out of the inning. But Lynchburg adds 2 insurance runs in the bottom of the 6th. It's a 3-run lead for the Hornets. We'll head to the top of the 7th, looking for a chance to close out an upset win on Moon Field. Welcome back to Lynchburg, Virginia. It's a 3-run lead for the Hornets.
Number 16, Madison Hudson.
And it's Emily Charlton's job to stay in the circle and get 3 more outs. This one hit high in the air out towards Palin. Foul ground, makes the catch, moving to her left on the run for the first out here in the top of the 7th inning. Charlton and the Hornets just 2 outs away from playing upset to the Marlins here on Moon Field.
Pinch hitting for the Marlins, number 15, Jenna Ellswick.
We will see a pinch hitter here for Virginia Wesleyan. Jenna Ellswick stepping up to the plate. Sophomore from Chesapeake, Virginia. Takes a first pitch, strike 0-1. Lays off a pitch up and away. Count evens at 1. Here's a pitch popped up in the air over towards Tully, standing on the first base bag, makes the catch for the second out of the inning. And now Lynchburg just a single out away from finding a split in this doubleheader against the 6th-ranked team in the country.
Pinch hitting for the Marlins, number 34, Mackenzie Swanson.
The final hope for Virginia Wesleyan fall into the hands of Mackenzie Swanson, getting her first at-bat of the afternoon in either game. However, Virginia Wesleyan will need to get a couple on base in order to find their way into this game. Here's a ball ripped down the left field line, coming in as Dooley. Can't make the catch in foul ground. That's just a long foul ball, and 2 strikes away is Emily Charlton in the circle. A 0-1 pitch fouled back into the netting, and now Virginia Wesleyan down to their final strike here. Charlton has done a great job in the circle for the Hornets. The 0-2 pitch just misses off the outside edge. Good job there by Swanson to lay off and stay alive. 1-2 misses low and away. Count evens at 2. Two-two pitch swung on and missed. And the Hornets play upset on Moon Field. Lynchburg finds a split in this doubleheader. They win game 2 by a score of 6-3.
Here on the campus of the University of Lynchburg. For today's OMAC softball doubleheader, Lynchburg will play host to Marymount on Tuesday. We hope to see you here, but in the meantime, please drive home safely and don't forget to wear a seatbelt.
Lynchburg finds a split in this series against Virginia Wesleyan to start conference play. They improve to 11-7 on the season. Lynchburg's next games will come against Marymount here on Tuesday at 2:30 and 4:30. For Andrew Watson and everyone on the LHSN team, thank you for watching, and we'll be back on Tuesday with more Lynchburg softball.